Hello? Are we hearable? Can we hear? Oh, you know what? This is kind of fucking with the white balance a little bit. Hi. Hang on, let me turn down the music just a touch. Okay, that should be good, right? What's up, everyone? Hi, I'm here. So, I'm trying a new lighting setup today. I don't know how it's gonna work, or how it's gonna look. But tell me, here, I think I'm gonna be painting about here. Like this. How does that look? I hope it's not too washed out. I can adjust the balance a little bit. I'm probably getting some blowout because they're so white that it's reflecting a little too much. But, I brought some other things. One of the models I'm most proud of is this guy. This is a Triarch Stalker. He needs some repair. Yeah. The top guy, has, oh, that leg's a little loose. I wonder why that is. That's fine. It doesn't matter. It won't be coming off. But yeah, so this is the Triarch Stalker that I painted. I'm very proud of this one. This is one of the earliest models I painted in this army. I didn't really know what I was doing. You know, I wish I could show you. Let's turn down the exposure, maybe? Ooh. There we go. That looks good, right? Is that too dark? The only reason I want to turn it down is just because I don't want it to get so washed out. How's this? So when you're looking, you can see the details. Yeah, not as washy. Yeah, that's sort of what I wanted. Is that better? I might be a little dark, but that's not what's important. What's important is what I'm working on. Yeah, it makes it easy. Don't look at this. Don't look at any of this. Look at this. This is what's important. So this is the Triarch Stalker that I made. I made this a long time ago. I'm particularly proud of the details on the console. I actually painted the buttons here. Let's see if we can... did the spider thing come assembly, or did it come in one piece? I had to assemble the whole thing. Let me change the focus here. There we go. Yeah, you can see I actually painted the controls on the... Hey, Zero, thank you for the bits. I appreciate that. So this is... You can see some of the details a little better here. This has actually been sprayed with a matte coating, so I don't have to worry about smudging the paint or scratching the paint. This guy's loose on top. I have to fix him. Yeah, he's coming off. But that's an easy fix. So you can see here. Yeah, painting the writing on the claws here. You can see the white highlights on the edges there. So that's my Triarch Stalker. Another model I'm very proud of. Oh yeah, he kind of broke. He's actually got like a spinal piece that sits here like this. So it actually should look like this. But the spine fell off. But that's easy. I could just super glue it back on. You know, much like a human, I can just super glue it right back in place. So there's that. This guy miraculously, I don't know how he stayed in one piece. My Shard of the Nightbringer, I never get to paint cloth, so it was really cool to get to paint this. I know, it doesn't look like much, but I really love painting cloth, and I don't get to do it in this army very much, so this is the Shard of the Nightbringer that I did. To fix my spine after the accident? Yeah. Are these Necrons? Yes, these are Necrons. So I gave him gold skin, and then highlighted his gold skin with silver to make it look extra shiny. And then I painted the little scarabs down here, which were really fun. I don't really plan on using scarabs that much, but it was fun to get to paint them. Apparently he sucks this edition, which is too bad, because I really wanted to use him. I thought he looked very cool. Yeah. I thought the gold skin with the white robe was an unusual take on the Nightbringer. Let's see if we can get like a really close-up shot of him. How close can we get? There we go. Yeah, there. You can see all the details and things. Like I said, this is the only artistic thing I have any aptitude for. So there's the Nightbringer. Another thing I'm very proud of are my jet bikes, the Tomb Blades. I really like these. These are a lot of fun to paint. Need inks and dry brushing to bring out all the shadows and folds of the cloth. You would not ink white. It would ruin it. Even with a dark wash, it would ruin the white. Hey, what's up, Space Ace? You would wash something that you would want to be more organic looking. The reason I didn't wash the white is because I wanted to make it look more like porcelain. Sort of a flat white against the metallic grays. Across the Star Wars speeder with ball droids from episode 1. I could see that for sure. Also, what I did is, these come on what are called flying bases, which are actually just clear plastic bases. But I don't like that they stick out from the rest of my army, because the rest of my army, you know, has this sort of gray terrain. But so what I did is, I sanded it and then glued the terrain on there and then painted it. So actually what it is it's just the clear plastic, but I sanded it so that the glue would stick to it with this, and then spray painted the base individually. And then I kept the flying stem like that. Here, I wish I could keep it in center so you can see all the little details. This is, I think, when I was I think these are some of my strongest paint jobs. These guys. I was really happy with them. Don't want to block the lighting there. Yeah, so that's the Tomb Blade. Unfortunately, I think my crypt deck has been mortally wounded. Yeah. My crypt deck is missing his hand with the staff. Where is the staff? These things were a fucking nightmare, because they're made of resin. Ugh, did they get the stickiness on them? I really fucking hate resin models. This guy's made of resin, so he doesn't have his hand broke off. I need to fix that. But here's a crypt deck, which is an HQ unit that I painted. Thank you, the Thief Witch. I appreciate that. I think I fucked up painting his rib cages. There's his back. I like his back a lot. I had 2 of these. These guys are pretty good this edition. I like their sort of like Cyclops look. I thought that was really neat. Painting the eye in the middle of their head. Let's see if I can focus on that. Yeah, there you go. You can start to see his... Oh, wow, you can really see the detail there, huh? And especially when you're this close. You can see the white highlight right there. It really makes the white look very different. Yeah, resin models tend to not look great just because of the way that they're molded. My Overlord, this might be one of the earliest models I ever did. But here's my Overlord. This is the HQ unit in my army. Here. Details on his scythe there. I should redo that. Those are a little sloppy. But... I should fix those too. Yeah, so that's all of my Necrons. Did I miss something there? No, I didn't. The Resurrection Orb was a lot of fun to paint too. I sort of tried to do like a swirly effect on it. I don't know if you can see that, but that was very, very, very hard to do. That took a lot of like fucking up and then redoing it again. So from the side, it sort of looks like the Resurrection Orb is swirling a little bit. That was very, very difficult. Did you get any kind of school training with painting 3D forms? Nope. I just watched videos. So I learned how to do it. Sort of trial and error. Also, I don't know if you can see this, but like when I was setting up the new lighting, I totally messed up my hand. I was unscrewing something from a light stand, and it, I bruised my hand really bad. Like, I whapped my pinky really hard on a lighting pole, and I was like, oh shit. I was really worried, especially because, you know, like, I wanted to stream crafting today, but, it shouldn't be an issue because I don't really hold the paintbrush with my pinky. What's up, Monty? How's it going? Hold on. It's a little warm in here. Okay. Okay, so what are we starting with today? You know what? Actually, I'm gonna finish what I started yesterday. I'm gonna finish what I started yesterday. Just got home from work? Well, welcome home. Okairi. Which one is the one?
Heaven or Hell. Duel. One. Let's rock.
Hey, PM Malou. PM Malou, thank you so much. Wait, where's my kazoo? There it is. PM Malou, thank you so much for the 10 months. I appreciate that, man. I just need some... December's kind of a rough month for me, so what I thought about is I just kind of wanted to do these to relax, and it's so far, yesterday it really helped. So I figured it would be another good day to do that. Can you guys see everything okay? Does everything look alright? Is it too dark? December is a grinder. Oh my god, it seriously is. For everybody, you know? It's just a tough month.
Little bits.
Relaxation bits.
Whoa, PM Malou! Holy shit, dude! Thank you for the 1,000 bits. I really appreciate that. So what I'm gonna do is... I'm gonna base these guys. Well, I probably shouldn't base this guy yet, but it's too late. I already started. What I'm doing is I'm starting with a dark layer of gray on the terrain here, like this. December has been poop so far. Been sick for the last 3 weeks. Oh, dude, I hope you get better. Whenever I get sick, I'm really lucky that I usually don't get sick for very long, but I always have this nagging cough after I get sick, and it lasts for like a month. And I hate it. One time I had to record while I had it, and I felt so rude because I had to take breaks where I would just have to, like, cough into my sleeve. And then they never had me back to record, so... Oops. I'm actually really bummed about that, because I really liked everybody that worked there. I went to this recording studio here in LA, and, like, it was, like, one after the other. Like, they called me in for this part. Like, I sent them my demo, and they were like, this is great, we have a part in mind for you. I was like, awesome. So I went in and recorded for them, and they're like, this is great, hey, would you want to come in on Monday as well and record something else? And I was like, yes, I'd love to. So I recorded 2 things for them, and they said I did a really good job, and I liked everybody I worked with, and then they never called me in again. It was like 2 years ago. No, not 2 years ago, like a year and a half ago. It's like the middle of 2016. Oh, I've always had this tattoo. Well, not always, but I've had it for like 3 or 4 years, I think. It's been a while. Maybe 2016? No, 2015 for sure. I had this tattoo. Still feels too dark in here. I might have to turn on the lights. That's a good amount, PM Malou. I'm proud of you, frankly. Thank you, though. Thank you for supporting the stream. That really means a lot to me. Thank you so much. You want to get a tattoo? Ow. Ugh. Pinky's killing me. Thinking I might have to turn on another light. Just because it's a little too dark for me in here. Wait, I have an idea. You getting your first tattoo this Friday? That's awesome. Doesn't hurt that bad. Everybody says it hurts. It does hurt, but it's not as bad as you think it is. I wonder if this will be better. Ooh, this already looks slightly better for me. Now if I could just get something back here. A tattoo, let's see. this to be too bright. If this is too bright, I'm going to have to play with the exposure a little bit. Sorry, I'm sort of thinking on the fly here. How does this look? Is this okay? Is this too bright? Hey, Dex Increase. What's up, man? Welcome. Let me actually tick down the exposure 1. There we go. That looks pretty good, huh? Oh, that's out of focus, but I'll fix it. Good enough. You know what? For what we're doing for now, that's okay. I think that's perfectly fine. So what I thought I'd do is work on something that's a little bigger that we can see. Because I feel like that'll let you guys sort of see what I'm doing better. Okay, so what I did is, I already primed this, but then I went ahead and sanded it, so that any, sort of texture from the spray bottle spitting, won't show up when we actually paint the model. So we can probably start with this. Where is... I need the dark silver. Is it plate mail? No, it's gunmetal. Gunmetal is the one that I need. Just a second. Sorry, I have to keep getting things. Gunmetal is a dark silver. This is gonna be a Night Scythe. Doom Scythes are a little overpriced for what they do. So I'm gonna start doing the silver details on this. We're going to start with a dark silver. Just going to kind of glob it on there. Don't really need to worry about much. We thinned our paint too. So we mixed it with water. So what I'm doing is I'm going to hit the details that are going to be silver first. Just going to be stuff in here most likely. I always like to think that the undercarriage of all my units is silver. So I'm painting... There's the... I don't know if you can see these, but, Oh, Miss Tweetums, by the way, I loved that drawing you did. That was so cute. There's all these sort of little lines on the Night Scythe. I'm going to paint all those silver. It's not really going to be noticeable once we sort of finish up. But I'll know. And that's what's important. How's the music? Good volume. Louder, softer. Sounds good? That's good. Whoa, my god!
Here comes a daredevil.
I gotta change that for painting streams. I really do. 1 and 2. Thank you so much. Doppel, thank you for gifting that sub to 1 and 2. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Scared the shit out of me. Hey! You too. What's up, Bobber? Thank you so much for the raid. Hi, everybody. What's going on? Bobber, I saw you playing Mewtwo. Were you showing people what time it is? I bet they were like, yo, this fucking Mewtwo player. What a joke. Nobody plays Mewtwo. Little did they know. It's time to tip the scales. Thank you so much for the raid, dude. I'm sure you're enjoying Smash. I know you are like Mr. Smash. Oh, fuck! Holly! Holly, thank you so much for the raid. What's up? Holy shit! That was like 2 raids right in a row. What's up, Holly? How are you? Thank you so much. Hi, everybody. Hello, Tweethearts. How are you? What's going on, everybody? I'm good. Have fun making stuff. I will. You know, I'm really sad that I never got to paint any miniatures with you. Did you ever see any of my miniatures that I painted? Hey, Doppel!
Here comes a daredevil.
Doppel, thank you so much for gifting that sub to Holly. Welcome, Holly. Hang on, where's my thing? Hang on. You'll like this one. Another one. Never got to paint with you, though. Yeah, me too. Here, check this out. You'll like this one. It'll remind you of the Lady of Pain. This is my Shard of the Nightbringer that I did. Oh, he's a little washed out because of the lighting, but you can kind of see him here. Here, let me turn down the exposure just a touch. There you go. Turn down the exposure so he's not so blasted. Yeah, this was a really fun one.
Heaven or hell.
Thank you.
Duel 1. Let's rock.
It's my 6-month Believe in You anniversary.
Angela's Folly, thank you so much. Thank you for the 6 months. Painting minis is fun. This is another one that I'm very proud of, are my Tomb Blades, which are the jet bikes for this army. Ooh, come on, focus up. God, I really don't want to have to do a manual focus on this. There we go. So yeah, these ones were really fun, especially painting the writing. Here, I wonder if you can even see this. There we go. Doing the writing on the inside there, that was really tough. I screwed that up like 50 times. That's really, really hard. And then did I paint the controls? I can't remember. My least favorite thing to do on these models
Heaven or hell.
is
Duel
inside.
1. Let's rock.
Wow, it's
Whoa.
been this long already.
Cat Saber, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the subscription. For the 9 months. Hey, happy Twitch, baby. You need to come up with a name. Painting inside the Gauss Blasters right there is like a fucking nightmare. That alone takes like 20 minutes. Other side too. It's so fucking, it's really, it takes a long ass time. That's the really tough one. You can see all the different little details here. Anyway. A friend of mine told me it helps to paint tiny stuff by holding your breath. It does help. That's true. You know, they say you're not supposed to do that, but it helps me. Hold on. Here's my... I already showed this off at the beginning of the stream, but here's my Triarch Stalker that I did. I like this guy too. This is one of the earlier models I did, so there's some things on it that I would have done differently. But this guy, this is like a big boy. Yeah, there's all sorts of little fucking nooks and crannies I had to get at to paint this guy. Specifically the ridges on the legs were really tough because they're like long and curved. So like I had to do a one long highlight, because they say when you're doing a highlight it's supposed to be one stroke, but some people kind of go like that, but that gets the edge rough. So then when I did that, I had to like go back. There's like a lot of parts where I had to go back and fix it, and I can see a lot of issues I'd like to go back and fix. But this guy was really fun. He's a very early on model that I did. But right now I'm working on a Night Scythe, so that's like a plane. So it's the Death Croissant. So we'll paint all of this shit. Where is my gun? Emotes with the perfect synergy. That's pretty good. Hey, see you later, Holly. Thank you so much for the raid, and welcome everybody. Thank you so much for joining me. I'm taking a little bit of a more relaxed day today. I'm a huge fan of miniature painting, and I have been for many years. I fell out of it for a long time, mostly because it's expensive. But I figure I can make it work for me. I can make my hobby work for me. Now, what color do I want to do the engines? The Bob Ross of miniatures? Gosh, I hope. I should be so lucky. I haven't been able to, well, I shouldn't say I never. I did a long time ago. I haven't really been able to ever field a fully painted army, so that's my goal. I'd love to play, because I also play the game too. I love playing the game. Let's turn up the exposure while we're painting this, just because it's so dark. And so what I'd really love to do is play a completely painted game, completely painted army. But, you know, that takes a long, long time. So I figure, well, you know what? Let's do it together. Do you play at a club of sorts? No, there's a Games Workshop store that's in Glendale, California, and I go up there. So if you're ever at the Glendale store, say hi. I'm there sometimes. This is Warhammer, yes. Ooh, I wish I hadn't whacked my pinky so hard earlier. That's good enough for now. Music is soothing and chill. I'm glad. That's what I was going for. I know I can be a little, you know, how do you say it? Rambunctious at times. I have a lot of energy. But sometimes you just need to relax, you know? Take it easy. Also, I'm working on a new camera setup for this. I actually just bought, like, a bunch of camera equipment off Amazon, because people have been really nice and supporting the stream, and I want to make sure that the stream experience that you guys get is a fun one. So I'm gonna have like an overhead angle, because right now I wish you could see, but it's literally just my webcam sitting on like an upside down cup, just so I can get this angle. But I'm gonna get an arm so I can do like a top down angle. Octo, have you checked out the new 40K game? 40K game? Wait, is there a new game? Like video game? I'm more of a fan of the miniatures. There's some really good 40K video games, but like, I'm more of a fan of the miniatures than anything else.
Duel 2. All or nothing.
Hey!
Thanks for the good streams, my guy.
George the Tree, thank you for the 2 months, man. I appreciate that. What sort of mushes do you use? Good question. Whatever's cheap at Michael's. We play 40K on Tabletop Sim. I didn't know there was a Tabletop Sim version of 40K. I wouldn't be opposed to it, but I really like the hobby as like everything. That makes sense. Like I love the constructing part of it just as much. It's as much a part of it as the actual gameplay. Now, do I want to paint these? I'm thinking about how I want to do this. You know what? Let's come back to that later. For now. Here, let's do these. I'm painting the, I guess you would call it, undercarriage of the Night Scythe. This is a plane, by the way. That Sonic poster is bad. Oh, let me see. No way. That's not real. Is that real?
Little bits.
Got a bounce.
Whoa!
Great job with the miniatures. Have a great rest of stream.
Otterbean? Holy shit, thank you so much. Thank you for the 1,000 bits. Oh, wait, sorry, I don't... Thank you. Sorry, I've had a subscription in my head. Thank you so much. My brain is a little frazzled right now. Thank you. I appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. That's real? Ugh, disgusting. That poster makes me uncomfortable. It's like a POV, but we're Sonic's dick, right? And I know there's a lot of people out there who that's okay for, but that's not what I want. Sonic's chili dog. Exactly. Extra chili. What does that mean? I don't know. Ugh, disgusting. Yeah, it looks dumb.
Little bits.
Thoughts on Netflix's live-action Bebop? Watanabe and Sunrise are involved, and I think if any anime would translate to Western TV format, it's Bebop, seeing it plays on Western tropes that are already familiar. War, crime, space western, etc.
Is Watanabe involved? Cause who did the Death Note one? Cause the Death Note one was shit and also bad. I didn't like it. Who Because so far they're 0-1 on westernized live-action Netflix adaptations. But I don't know. What the fuck do I know? Not only was it shit, but also bad. Exactly. Ghost in the Shell? But Ghost in the Shell wasn't Netflix, was it? I didn't see Ghost in the Shell. I got me some Necrons flayed ones. Should I go with burning flesh or rotting flesh? I have them both set up. Well, personally, if I don't have flayed ones in my army, but if I did, I would go with orc flesh. I would do green. Or Tau flesh. Blue? That'd be cool too. But it's up to you. What do I have to paint here? Oh, I can't do the sides until I cut them off, but that's okay. We'll just do this.
Here comes a daredevil.
Hey, Borrowed Squid. Thank you so much. Thank you for the subscription. Is that Twitch Prime? Thank you for believing in me this month, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, Death Note was super bad, but Watanabe is credited as a production consultant. At least they don't have to westernize Bebop. It's already Western. Yeah, I mean, you're right. I guess I don't really have any thoughts. Okay, so here's my sort of general feeling on when things are adapted like this. If people say it's good, I'll watch it. If people say it's bad, I won't watch it. I'll wait till it comes out, you know? Oh, it's so much nicer having, like, actual lighting in here. Because last time I didn't have a lighting setup, but now I have, like, Aquaman is pretty good. Are you going to watch it? I might see it. Now I have, like, actual, like, lights so we can see what's going on. Now we can get our photo shoot. Exactly. Favorite Marines chapter? Well, I don't really care for Marines that much, but I do like the Salamanders. The Salamanders are like the least assholey Marines there are. Oh, yeah! I wanted to see Into the Spider-Verse real bad. That looked amazing. Ooh, I think I watered that down a little too much. The Lamenter? What about the Lamenters? Wait, who are the Lamenters? I actually don't know of the Lamenters. If I was going to play Marines, I'd play Salamanders. But there's like 3 other armies I'd rather play before Marines. Tau. Eldar. And maybe Marines. I heard they didn't cast Tobey Maguire as Peter Parker because they didn't want to confuse people? Oh. So I'm painting on the sprue to get rid of the mold lines while it's still on the sprue. Wait, when you mean the mold lines, do you mean like the creases? Like the, where the 2, sections meet? Or do you mean after I cut them off? The Mentor's the most unlucky Marines there are. They always get fucked over, but protect civilians like the Salamanders do. Also, they're the BA successor. Oh. Interesting. I haven't heard of them. I'll have to look them up. I'll look up the 1D4chan article on him. Octa, great paint jobs. Thank you. Question, do you plan on using super glue or plastic glue for the Night Scythe? I usually use super glue. Where the mold meets in production? I usually don't have an issue with that. I have liquid green stuff to like fill in any cracks. But I usually just shave anything that's extra, I'll shave off with the edge of the X-Acto knife. This is all unnecessary. I'm doing like a lot of, like, I'm painting in these little, I don't know if you can see, like right here, there's these little lines. Those are actually indentations in the plastic itself. And I'm painting in those, and then I'm gonna ink it. So you would never know that it's silver under there, but I'll know. I haven't even read the new codex. All this stuff is back when 7th edition was still around. So, like, a lot of the units I bought aren't that good this edition, which I'm kind of bummed about. The Lamenters. Huh. I've literally never heard of them. I'll have to look them up. There's so many Space Marine chapters, though, that, like, I didn't even know existed.
Congratulations! Congratulations! Congratulations!
Congratulations!
Congratulations!
Congratulations!
Congratulations!
Merry Christmas, Octo Daddy.
Hey, thank you so much, Grizzleby. Merry Christmas to you, too. Thank you, Grizzleby, for the 12 months. I appreciate that. And the entire cast of Evangelion appreciates it, too. Man, thinning your paints is, like, the best fucking advice ever. It's so useful. It makes everything look a million times better. Well, I mean, if you think about it, it is kind of very tiny painting. What the fuck goes over that? Oh, paint on a little canvas. I see what you mean. No. Although that would be fun. What do I have left to paint for silver? Actually, quite a bit. Fill in these cracks here. Some areas where I never did it. You know, this is the only thing artistically I ever had any aptitude for. I can't draw. For the life of me. Sort of. But I need references and stuff. I can't sculpt. I tried to. I really liked sculpting, but I was never very good at it. You know what I might... Oops.
Duel. Two.
I
All
might
or
actually
nothing.
cut this off the sprue. Wobbly Knob Gobbler, thank you so much for the 13 months. I appreciate that. Thank you. I didn't know ants were such art connoisseurs. Okay, this is going to be tough to cut off the spruce, so we're going to have to be very careful here. I wish I brought my angle cutters, but I didn't. I'm a fool. I'm gonna do old school. I don't want to put a what do you call it? I don't want to put a cut in the desk. I should have brought my like self-healing mat. There we go. Got one. That was a tough one too. I hate how when you prime something, it never feels like it's totally dry. Hang on. I'm gonna put a band-aid on this. I'll be right back, because I got a cut from earlier. I'm gonna be right back. Hello. I'm back. Sorry about that. I also got a granola bar. Okay. we go. He is free of the sprue. Oh, quick rule of the trade: scuff the paint with fine grit sandpaper, weathered look on the ship. Yes. I have like 2,000 grit sandpaper, but I don't ever use it to scuff the paint. I actually don't like the weathered look. I like the pristine look. But that's me. I like to think that they were just uncovered. Here's the thing. You could have weathered Necrons, for sure. Definitely. That's a look. But I chose to go kind of for the more clean look. Do you prefer the old or new Necron lore? That's a toughie. Do I prefer the old or the new Necron lore? Well, I kind of like the new Necron lore because it makes them feel more like an actual faction. But I like the old Satan lore. I think the new Satan lore is lame. So here's the body. Borrowed Squid. I would love the opportunity to play more. But my goal is to play with a fully painted army. So, I played a couple games, back in 7th edition. I haven't played any 8th edition yet, though. Something's got to cover this. I don't know why. That's there. Well, I'll deal with it later. So, do you think... So here, I have a question for you guys. I primarily display paint? Oh, sure. I love the game. I love the game. Like, I love tactical miniature games, for sure. So I have a question for you guys. For this spine on the back here... Because, so here's what, like, a standard troop looks like in my army, right? So, the primary colors are white, silver, and gold. I was thinking of doing in between as silver, right? And then the actual spine things as gold. And then the whole body of it is going to be white. White, 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 white. Yeah, because I like just having gold accents on things for my army. Yeah, it's actually more of a bronze. Everything I do is more of a bronze than a gold, really, as you can see. It's not really like a bright gold. It's more of a bronze. so we'll put this over here for a minute. Come back to that. Oops. We will come back to that. Oh, man. One thing I am really proud of, though, I painted like 20 warriors. That took forever, but I did it. Hold on, let me turn down my exposure just a touch. There we go. I love the Gauss flares on the warriors. I think they're so cool. Hang on, let me show a close up. So this is the sort of theme I was going for is the more gold on a troop, the higher rank he is. So here's a warrior. The only gold accents on a warrior are the joints. Here's an immortal. More gold. He's got gold shoulder pads and the gold helmet and gold joints. Triarch. Gold plates with gold shoulders. And the mantle is all gold. And then Overlord. He's got the gold cape and everything. Like much more accents on him are gold. I thought that was sort of kind of a cool thing to denote rank. You see, warriors are basically just... Oh, might we get some extra detailed numerical stencil and spray paint?
Heaven or hell. Duel. One. Let's rock.
Not a bad idea. My conductor, thank you so much for the 13 months. Lucky 13. Yeah, so here's the warrior pretty much has nothing. Just the basic Gauss flare. Although I love the Gauss flares. I think they're so cool. I actually use a special kind of glue that's really strong, but doesn't cause plastic to fog up. Because sometimes clear plastic, if you use super glue on it, will fog up. It sucks, too. Oh, man. Look at... I even painted the eyes on this guy. Look at that. Hold on. Let's see if you can even see that. Yep. I had to paint the eyes on this motherfucker. Oh, that was so impossibly hard. And his teeth. I had to highlight each individual one of his teeth. You can see some mess-ups here and there, but... No, I didn't use a needle. I just held my breath, literally. Held my breath, and if I fucked up, I had to fix it later. Okay, so... let's finish the engines. I tell you what. Use watered down bronze to the joints to show some rust? Sure, I could see that. Why they never tried a digital version of the tabletop? Because they'd be competing against themselves. They don't want to cut into sales of their own product. Oh, you know what? Let's turn the exposure back up. There we go. I'll turn it down when I start doing the gray. Necrons I don't see. Necrons factory fresh. That's fair. I like them like that, though. I like the idea that, well, I mean, I know it's sort of lame, but I came up with my own little lore for the Necrons of mine. I like the idea that they were just on a moon out in the middle of nowhere. And they were, like, completely undisturbed. And because there's no atmosphere, there was no oxidization. So they were basically completely untouched. I think this is going to be easier for everybody to see if I work on this. What I name a race of bat people? I don't know. Good question. The George Clooney's. Because it's a bunch of Batmen. When do we do Eurobeat for speed painting? When I'm dry brushing. You can dry brush really fast. Not have to worry about much. But I don't do a lot of dry brushing on this army, honestly. Most of it's layer painting. Dry brushing's really easy and really fast.
Heaven
and
or
makes
hell.
Stuff
Duel.
halfway decent.
One. Let's rock.
Hey, Sharkabatu. Thank you for the 7 months. I appreciate that. Thank you. Dry brush a dragon? Nice. Yeah, I used to dry brush my miniatures a long time ago. When I played Wood Elves in Fantasy, all my dryads were dry brushed. They were dry brushed ads. They looked fine, but there's a lot of little details. And I mean, you know, I could probably dry brush a lot of Necrons and get away with it. Maybe not with the white look. It wouldn't look good, but it's more of a cathartic thing for me, you know? Would it be fair to say Warhammer 40,000 Armageddon is the coolest, is the closest to the tabletop? I never played Armageddon. The only 40k games I ever played were Space Marine, which was really fun. The multiplayer in that game was hella fucking fun. Dawn of War, a little bit of Dawn of War 2, but only the multiplayer, the survival multiplayer. And oh, I think I bought Space Hulk, but it was so bad that I returned it. I did not like that game. Oh man, I forgot about Epic. So apparently Nintendo started copyright claiming Megalovania remixes? Really? What the fuck? wild. Okay, so now I have to figure out how I want to do the inside. Well, hold on. First things first. We gotta paint the inside of the engines. Oops. Sans confirmed for Smash. If Sans Undertale is in Smash, I will lose my fucking mind. Oh yeah, Dawn of War was really cool. I mean, RTS just fits the thing really well. I also liked the way that the resources were gathered with, like, the command points and stuff. I thought that was really neat. Hey, what's up, Silpha? How's it going? You guys enjoying the stream, by the way? You having a good time? You know what? I should move these guys so they don't get in the blast zone when I'm painting with this tank brush. Feels like this isn't sticking to the side here. There we go. Better. I don't even know if I'm going to use a Night Scythe for my final list. I just want one because they're cool. I'm so glad you guys are enjoying it. I was worried it would be too much of a 180 from my normal streams. But I'm glad you like it. Your Lego streams with Dukes, one of your favorite? Those were so fun. So super daunting. I do love models though. What faction, if any, would you recommend for beginners, and which models would I check out if I wanted to get a feel good for a faction? I mean, Space Marines are pretty straightforward, and they're pretty easy. The armor's really chunky, so, you know, you don't have to worry too much about details. Space Marines are like the go-to beginner army. If you want like a really beginner-friendly army, play the Custodes Space Marines. You'll only have like 10 models in your entire army because everything's so fucking expensive point-wise. I looked at some of their models. They're like, everything in their army has an invulnerable save. They all have like at least 3+. Orcs are easy. Yeah, orcs too. The only problem with orcs is you're going to have to paint a lot of models. Orcs and Tyranids. You're going to have to paint a ton of stuff. Lego painting. Not a bad idea. What do you think about the Primaris Marines and the new stuff with them? I'm not familiar with that. soon, maybe because you have so few models, it will seem like your turns are way shorter than your opponents, and it will be a lot of sitting around. I mean, I guess so. I was just recommending for somebody, you could have basically a complete army for very few models. Lot of gold. Just dry brush a lot of gold and you're fine.
All or nothing.
Hey, Xeno Cthulhu, thank you so much for the 2 months. But if orcs are both easy to play and have a ton of minis I can paint. Sure, if you want to go for orcs, they're a blast. No pun intended. They're wild. They're super funny. I remember I had a friend in high school who had a Speed Freaks army, and that shit fucked you up. Are there set colors that certain things are expected to be, or can you get creative with it? It depends on the army. If you have a Dark Angels army and you're painting everything blue, people are going to look at you a little funny. But, you know, as long as you adhere to the rules, nobody really cares. New orcs with codex is crazy now. Speed Freaks are scary. Oof. Yeah. You know, technically, like I said, I don't think anybody's... I mean, it could be a DA successor with primary color blue. Yeah, I mean, there's, like, lots of reasons around it. Pre-Heresy Thousand Suns have the best color scheme. Incorrect. Minotaurs have the best color scheme. Ketchup and mustard, dude. I feel like everybody just hates the Minotaurs. And the Black Templars hate everybody. Hey, Seasonal Secret. Thank you so much for the 5 bits. Thanks. I know these might not be my most successful streams, but they're so fun. I just can't help but enjoy them. They're calming? I'm glad. I think the other thing that's nice is, well, not necessarily nice, but kind of weird is Necrons never really had any chapters or factions, and then now all of a sudden in 8th edition they do, and they have like color schemes. Like they always had like specific tomb worlds, but they never had any rules, and now they do. But I think your Necrons can count as anything you want. It doesn't really matter. I don't think anybody's going to call you out for not having a particularly painted, like, oh, you're this dynasty? Well, your models aren't painted like that, so... I mean, they could, but they'd be that guy. And you don't want to be that guy. Trust me. Beep boop, we are Necrons. Pretty much. Nice thing about using custom color schemes, you can just swap out chapter rules whenever. Yeah, but I mean, except maybe for, like, Space Wolves, who have, like, specific units. God, I love that Logan Grimnar literally just has a death sled. Like, they just really leaned into it. He's got a death sled that's pulled by wolves. Like, fuck yeah, man. Hell yeah. Do I want these? Yeah, you know what? I do. He's Space Murder Santa. Boy, is he ever. Apparently, he's pretty good. So it's gonna look like that. But we're gonna do an ink wash on all the silver parts first before we move on. My question is, and I guess I kind of need your guys' opinion. Best Chaos God? Favorite Chaos God is Siege. I'm a Siege fan myself. You see these on the front here? You see these? They sort of look like vents, right? Should I do that metallic? These look like intake ducts. Like, it sort of looks like one big jet engine. So I feel like that would be metallic, don't you? Yeah, Tzeentch is really cool. Thank you, Crowhammer. I'm having fun. Yeah, I think that would look cool. Like, sort of like a silver here. Like an intake duct, and then white around the edge. White everywhere else. Tzeentch in, Fantasy was really fucking weird. Huh. No pun intended. The rules for his foot troops were constantly changing. But, so in Fantasy, Tzeentch's base troops were the horrors. So there were pink horrors and blue horrors. And the way it used to work is if you had I believe it was a pink horror and it died, it would split into 2 blue horrors. So, like, your unit would get bigger. It would get weaker, but it would get bigger, which was wild. Then they changed it so that depending on how many models were in the unit, that's how it works now. Well, the way it used to work is, they changed it to a unit of horrors. Depending on how many models were in the unit, that unit counted as a wizard. So that unit itself could just cast spells. Like, if you had a unit of, I think, like, 30 horrors, it was like a level 4 wizard. And I was like, what the fuck? That's insane. So, like, units were casting spells at you. Hey, what's up, Bimbleton? Yes, I am painting Necrons. Split into brimstone horrors. Pink's now split into blues, and blue split into 4 ember horrors? Jesus Christ. You need a lot of models to play Tzeentch, huh? I don't know. I liked the wizard idea, where it's just like, hey, you have a big enough unit of horrors? They're a wizard. Comet of Cassandora, yeah. Man, I miss Fantasy. I loved Fantasy so much. I was a Vampire Counts player. I was always a fan of undead factions. Always thought they were really cool. I love the idea of raising troops. Oop. Oh, that's where it was. I'm gonna have to let these guys dry for a minute. I'm done here. Okay, so I think we have most of the silver details done. So we're gonna do an ink wash next. And I'll talk about that in a minute. And why we do that. Because that's important. Okay, so most of the silver undercarriage stuff. You finally painted one I got you a billion years ago? I am, hi baby. Yes, I thought it would be easier for people to see this painted on stream than figures. Shoniyosho Epsilon 6. Yep, that's it. That's where they're from. Ash did get me this. I think you got me this for Christmas? Was this a Christmas gift? I feel like it was. Oh, he broke off. There's a very specific painting. One second. There's a very specific paint that I need. Ha! Here it is. Dark tone. This is Nuln oil, basically. It's what you use for inking silver. So I have all the silver details that I want painted. I think I'm gonna paint these little grips on the engines. Do you see those little, like, tabs that come out? I think I'm gonna paint those gold. I think that would be pretty cool. Some sandpaper, though. Liquid skill? Yeah, pretty much. I wish I brought my super glue so I could fix this boy. It's a shame that this exact weapon that I attached to the Triarch Stalker just so happens to be very middle of the road this edition, even though it was considered very good last edition. Guy broke off. I'll fix him. What's the weapon? It's called a heat ray. Last edition, it could function as like a melta or a flamer. But this edition, it just sort of not as good as the other options. Of this warrior. Paint it pink. Done. And add glitter. You can... Hey, I think your army would rock that look. Mine, not so much. Also, I gave all my Immortals Gauss Blasters, which are not as good this edition. You been watching Zombieland Saga? Do you like it, Igors? Really proud of the highlights I did on this guy. And the cables. It's good for what it is. Yeah, no, I would agree with you. Aw, well, Martian War Machine, thanks for hanging out. I'm just waiting for this to dry. Is glitter just warpstone? Yeah, pretty much. Oh, you know what? Did I bring my sandpaper? Here. I have my super fine sandpaper here. Smooth it off here. Hey, see you later, Martian War Machine. Thanks for hanging out, man. I appreciate it. I really do. And thank you guys for supporting the stream. That means a lot to me. I know I'm usually, like, video game boy, but...
Duel 2. All or nothing.
Hey, Martian War Machine, thanks for gifting that sub to Moobot. Thank you. I'm sure Moobot appreciates it. I'm probably okay to ink this. Praise the Omnissiah.
Duel 2. All or nothing.
Hey, Radia, thank you so much for the 3 months. Welcome back. Happy 3 months. Happy 3-month anniversary. Listen, I don't want to get our hopes up, but we are a mere 1,115 subscribers away from another emote. You know, I mean, call me crazy. But I think we could hit it tonight. I'm gonna put 2 drops in here. Say what? I hope you make it. Thanks. I have a really nice community, so, you know. Okay, dark tone. So we're just gonna ink this. It's really easy. So ink is just basically really thin paint. It's like really thin down paint. And what it does is, here, I can talk about this in a little bit of detail. So, yeah, exactly, Wimbledon. So you basically just paint it over, and it shades it for you, essentially. If you're a madman, you can do this with actual paints, but why would you?
Oh my God, JC, a bomb!
Whoa! Rydia! Thank you for gifting those 5 subs! Holy shit, thank you! Rydia, thank you for gifting those subs to Rathlet, Wheelpath, Jamui, Derp KK, and Treatfly. Never mind. We're 1,100 subs. Wait, 1,110 subs away from a new emote. Thank you very much. Honestly, thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
Little bits.
Whoa! Igor's! Holy shit, Igor's, thank you so much! Thank you for the 5,000, dude, thank you for the 5,000 bits, man. I really appreciate that. You've been so supportive, and that really means a lot to me. Thank you, man. I want you to know, Igor's, that, I'm commissioning new bit badges simply so that the shitty bit badge that I made, that mimic one that I made for you, will look better. I'm doing this for you. Thank you, man. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Wait, and you're our new bit boss.
Oyaji.
Welcome. Everybody swear to your new, the new head of the family. Mimic is good. Mimic is good, but I'm giving him a facelift for sure. I have an actual artist who's gonna help me out. Liquid skill. Stuff is great. Inks are so useful. I used to never use them. I was like, what's the point of an ink? It's just thin paint. Hey, Seasonal Secret, thank you for the 2 bits. And then I found out that inks are actually amazing and help everything look better. Oh, I haven't painted a vehicle since this thing. Actually, I'm going to put you over here. So you're out of the way. I think it'll be fun once this whole thing really starts coming together. And I'm glad that we can experience that together. You know what I mean? The croissant was a Christmas gift. This is the best month to be painting it. That's true. I didn't even think of that. It was a Christmas gift from Ash. So we got all that. Do you see how much more realistic that silver looks now that I've inked it? See, it gets into all the little nooks and crannies, and it makes it look more real. Here. It's like the best stuff. See? Along all the edges and everything. It just really, really makes all the details, especially metals, pop. Can really get in there, though, because it's all black anyway. Think something you buy from Games Workshop, or is just paint X thinner? Well, I buy it. You can... Okay, so here's my thought on Citadel paints. Citadel paints are ridiculously overpriced. Everybody knows that. That's just the truth of the matter. I actually bought this stuff called the Army Painter War Paint. It's just as good. It really is. And it's way cheaper. You get way more of it for way less. But, if there's a specific color you need and you don't want to mix, you can just buy a Citadel paint. It's fine. I have a few Citadel paints for, like, very specific colors that I need. Vallejo's my typical paint. I've had good things about Iron Painter and scale 75. Though with, you know what? I'm moving you away too. I don't want to get anything on you. Though with those last two I heard there's a bit more of a skill requirement. I haven't really noticed that. Yeah, always thin your paints. Just do it. You can really glob on the ink, because any excess is just gonna dry. We're going over it with silver again anyway, so... I miss painting with you too, baby. It was a lot of fun last time.
Congratulations! 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 Congratulations!
Congratulations.
Congratulations!
Congratulations.
Bulls! Thank you so much for the 12 months. Happy 12 months. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. Thank you for supporting the stream. Is this green sleeves? What the fuck? Just let me know when you want to paint. Paint with mids. Paint with Ash on stream? Sure. I should paint with Tets? Yeah, she'd have her own little army. Little Tets army. Tete paint. She'd be so good. Masterclass from Tets. Did I paint this? No, I don't think I did. Okay, this is the first we're gonna ink this thing. Stream Tete is just a void dog. You can't have an emote of her. I'll see what I can do. I want to paint with you too, baby. Let me know when you want to do it. We'll make time. Hey, what's up, Wiv? How's it going? Does anybody remember... Okay, first of all, this is a weird question. Does anybody remember Pepper Ann? Does anybody remember the episode of Pepper Ann where she got the... She got the piano that would play Greensleeves for her, and she pretended to be really good at, piano? That's what this song always reminds me of. What's the thing you're most proud of painting? Ooh, good question. Probably the Triarch Stalker. Because it was like one of the first big models I ever did. And did well. Pepper Ann, she's like 1 in a million. Pepper Ann, much too cool for 7th grade. No one's cooler than Pepper Ann. Catch her if you can, Pepper Ann. She's her own biggest fan, Pepper Ann. And then she had her sister Moose. The song Green Stamps. Does anyone remember Doug? Of course I remember Doug. Doug and Roger Klotz. You never liked Doug? I was never a... Doug was one of those shows that I watched if it was on. You know what I mean? It was like, oh, I wonder if Rocco's on. Oh, no, just Doug. It's like, I guess I'll watch it. It's better than nothing. And then he moved to ABC. And, like, everything got weird. Roger was ahead of the curve with his hairstyle. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Dinging. That's a good emote. Hello, Douglas. Very expensive. And then I remember Mrs. Dink became the mayor. Okay, baby, have fun. Also, your Tyranids can't eat Necrons. That's impossible. The thing about Doug, I remember a kid's book I read years before the series that had a similar plot. I've never been able to find the books. Interesting. You mean, like, you think that Doug might have been inspired by them? Huh. Okay, another can. I love you. Bye. I got the last word in. Me. Nope. Nope. Bye. It's okay. She thinks that her Necron or that her Tyranids can eat Necrons, but everybody knows that's impossible. Everyone knows it's impossible. Can't Tyranids eat everything? Yeah, except Necrons. They can't eat Necrons. Everybody knows that. Impossible. Okay, baby, I love you. I guess we'll find out when we play if they can't eat Necrons, huh? What I remember is that as the kid moves into a new town and falls in love with a girl, the second book has him and his family and the girl going on a road trip. Huh. Interesting. Okay, so now we have to let the ink dry. Oops. Doesn't really matter, I didn't put it together yet. So now what we're gonna do, after the ink dries, is we're going to paint over all the silver again. Well, actually, what if I did the Celestra Gray? That might be fun. No. What are Tyranids? They're like horrible monsters that eat everything. Zerg, yeah. The Zerg are based off them? Yeah, that is true. I keep forgetting that. That the Zerg are literally just the Tyranids. But if you think about it, the Tyranids are just alien, so... You know. It's a cycle. Tyranids are like Zerg. It all goes back to Starship Troopers. Yeah, that's true. Tyranids are worse, though. They have some pretty fucked up shit that they do. Gene Stealers? Yeah, I know that the Gene Stealer cult is now a thing, although I don't know much about it. Okay, how does this work? White, 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 white. Oh, oops, that's not how they fit together. There we go. Or is it? Is that how they fit together, really? This seems wrong. Good enough, I guess. Tyranid human hybrids that infect and take down a plant's defenses from the inside before an actual invasion. Oh. Spooky! Also, I forgot to bring dinner, so I might have to order food. What do I want for food tonight, chat? I think I actually want to use slightly smaller brush than this. But only slightly. Like this one. Thai? Ooh, that does sound good. Ooh, kebabs. I wonder if there's a kebab place. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do, now that I think the ink is dry. Yeah, the ink is pretty much dry in all the places I need to paint. I'm gonna take gunmetal again, which is the color we originally painted all of the metal with. And I'm just gonna paint a couple little details. So see on the back here on the engines? we're gonna paint anything that's raised. Like this. And it's gonna look really, really good. It's like sad music. I don't want this. There we go. So see, now, do you kind of see how the darker parts look darker and the raised parts look lighter? Like specifically right here. That's because of the inking. So the inking made the dark parts really dark. And now I'm going over the parts that are raised and evening them out. So now, talk more like Bob Ross. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go over all the parts that are raised, and we're going to take a little bit of our gunmetal here, and we're just going to paint right on over it like that. And basically, what we're doing is we're fooling your eye. You know, the eyes are smart. You know, they can pick up a lot of detail, but it's also pretty easy to fool them, especially from far away. Hey, Rochi, did you ever look up which weapon is best for my Tyrannofex? The Barbed Strangler is a really good choice. Generic account, thank you for the 1 bit. You know, the eyes are clever. They can see a lot of different things, but it's also pretty easy to pull a fast one on them. So what I'm doing is some happy Tyranids. So what I'm doing is I'm just making sure that all the parts that are shaded, like here and here, stay shaded. And then all the parts that are raised are going to be painted lightly, which is why I have back to our original color, which is gunmetal. The Wiv, thank you for the 5 bits. I appreciate that. So now I'm going to take a little more gunmetal, and then I'm just going to paint on over these little details inside here. Sort of like an undercarriage, you know? The inner workings of this big old machine. So all we're doing, as you can see, is we're painting all the raised details. And you know, that's good, because it'll really make the finished product so much nicer to look at. You know what I mean? Oh, doesn't that look nice? Alright, so now let's bring it around to the front.
Duel 2. All or nothing.
Happy little ship.
Just a minute here. Thank you so much. Thank you, Captain Jaxel. Thank you for those 3 months. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. So now we're painting the vents on the front, just with the side of our brush. There you go. And now the front really pops out like that with the bright silver details. So you can see inside here is darker because of the ink, and same with around the raised details. So doesn't that look nice? Happy little ship, that's right. Happy little ship. Feels nice, you know? Feels nice to make something and be proud of something that you did. Something that you painted yourself. Are orcs the least evil race? Well, that's debatable. I mean, evil's really in the eye of the beholder. But if you were to ask me, I would say Tau is definitely the least evil race. Okay. Tau, the true neutral. For the greater good, as they would say. I'm gonna try and tilt this towards you to show you what I'm doing. There we go, doesn't that look nice? Alright. So all we gotta do now is paint these little guys on top of here. Like so. And then I think we're ready to paint the body. Oh, wait, one more little detail here. Here we go. Alright. Gotta drop the accent now. There. I should do it right. Oh, I didn't paint the insides. I didn't paint the borders. Because there's these sort of like inner workings there. I didn't paint those. Oh, and I didn't paint the outside either. Good thing I paid attention. Oh yeah, that looks way nicer. Now do it as cow. Ew. I'm painting a Necron army. A big brother says I'm not allowed to play with him. Aww. There we go. Doesn't that look good? The engines, I have to worry about painting the inside, but doesn't that look good? See? Attention to detail. That's what really sets armies apart. Just attention to detail. Okay, so now that that's all set, we can start getting our Celestra Gray ready to paint the body of the ship. So this we definitely don't want to glob on. So your initial instinct when you're painting would be to just sort of, especially like a wide area, would be to just sort of like glob the paint on, but you want to thin it and just do a couple thin coats. Just a couple thin coats. So it doesn't look like this is going on. You know, it doesn't look like it's covering what it should cover. But that's okay. Because we're going to do a couple coats of this stuff. Extra thick. Exactly. So like I said, this doesn't look like it's covering, but that's okay because it's a very thin, watery coat. So what we're going to do is just do like 2 coats of this gray, and then it'll look really good. Yeah, I think I need a little more. Ooh, really hitting that hard edge looks nice. How did that stream you were on yesterday go? It went well. We looked at a bunch of fan art from the Unexpectables, which was really cool. Which, by the way, if you didn't know, tomorrow I will be on the Unexpectables again. I'm assuming. Considering I don't think my character died in between the time we left to go to the surface and now. Sorry, I'm not looking at chat very much. I'm kind of concentrating at the moment. That might have been a little too thick. No. No, it's okay. Death Croissant. Yeah. This is actually it's a Night Scythe, not a, what is it? What's the other one? A Doom Scythe, I believe? I think Doom Scythe is the, what do you call it? The heavy weapons one. This is the transport. Well, they use the same chassis. But this is going to have different details on it. The weapon, for instance. Shit. Ooh, I almost fucked up. No, we're okay. Almost. Not quite. Sorry if this is, like, monumentally boring to you people. But sometimes you just gotta focus really hard. Not boring, very chill. I'm glad. Like I said, sort of a 180 from the usual vibe around here, but you know what, sometimes it's just really nice to relax and enjoy a stream. So see, it's sort of getting there. It's eventually going to end up looking like this. Ooh, cool jazz. Not a bad idea. You could try some jazz for your soul. Heresy. Remember, a lot of light coats are better than one thick coat. Will always look better. Did I order food? No, not yet. Wait, where the fuck did I get another 100 people from? Maybe somebody's hosting me. Somebody's hosting me who's probably gonna go live soon. This doesn't sound right. changed over. Did I? I'm making you want to pick up models and paint? That's great. Stay positive, you butt. I'll try. I'm trying. Almost there. People like watching paint dry? Well, I mean, they watch my video game streams, so that doesn't surprise me. Self-burn. If you burn yourself, nobody else can do it. Jesse hosted me? Oh, awesome! Thanks, Jesse. I didn't get an alert. I don't know why. I never get alerts when people host me, which sucks, because I really wish I would. Okay, 1 second. I gotta get really, this is gonna look weird. I have to get really close to the model. So, just a minute. Ooh, doggy. Those are some tiny little creases that I have to get around. Ah, shit. Saved. If you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. Just tag me in them so I can see them when I look up at chat. Because most of the time I'm focusing on this. There we go. It's getting there. It's getting there. Wondering if I should do another coat on the main body part here. Do you love your mods? Of course. They're all so helpful, and they take a lot of responsibility off of me. But you know, I really care about all my viewers. I mean that too. I mean, without you guys, I wouldn't be able to do this. Ooh, maybe a little too thin. Alfarius or Omegon? What is that? Am I down to clown? I am a clown, so yes. Will the gold detailing be kept to the spine? No. I'm gonna do other gold detailing that I've already decided on. Am I drinking water and have I eaten? I drank water today, although I haven't drank water in a little bit, to be honest with you. And I haven't really eaten since lunch. But I forgot to bring a microwave meal today, so I'm gonna have to order something before it gets too late. You should order food now. Yeah, you're right. I should. I actually might just take a quick $5 to do that. had a neighbor who played the harp. Sorry, just listening to the music. Thinking about that intense harp solo. It covers that whole part up? No, this is open on a night scythe, actually.
My ma was told she ain't got boob cancer today. Best B-Day gift I ever had and just wanted to share Kazig. Hope everyone else has a good end of year Octo ha.
Pumpkin Spice, thank you so much for the 420. Hey, and congrats to your mom. My mom is also a cancer survivor, and it was really great news when we found out she was cancer-free. So, thank you so much, Pumpkin Spice, for the 420. I appreciate that. Classical.
Duel 2. All or nothing.
Oh yeah for.
Thank you so much, Freya, for the 4 months. Welcome back. That is great news. Yeah, my mom's been cancer-free for, I think, almost 10 years now. I remember, oh my god, you guys want to know a really sad story? As classical music plays. I found out when my mom told me I had cancer. I had cancer. I didn't. My mom did. My mom told me that she had cancer when I was in 7th grade in the morning before I had to go to school. And I was like inconsolable. I was like weeping my whole first period. Like I was trying to not do it, and everybody thought I was so weird. And they were like, I was like, it was so hard for me to work with my group that they kicked me out of the group, and I had to do an entire group project on my own. True story, by the way. Because they all thought I was being weird. I know. That teacher hated me, though. She hated me. I didn't like her either, though, so... whatever. I know, it's rough. But you know what? It's in the past. Doesn't matter anymore. Okay. This is looking better, right? Look at that. So see the little, like, sort of black indents in the hull? See how cool that looks? With the light color contrast? I always thought that was so cool. And, like, I don't know if you can tell, but because I painted it silver, it's not just totally black in there. It's got like a silver color inside. It's hard to see though. Cool. Order received. Nice. All right, we got a pizza on the way. Good shit. Okay, what were we doing? I've forgotten how to paint. I've completely forgotten how to paint at this point. So I have to relearn. It's been too long. Ooh, actually, I should put my phone up here in case it rings. Was this song in Evil Within? Okay, so hold on. I have to talk about Evil Within for a second. I played it for Scare to Care last year, 2017, right? I played like an hour of it, and I was like, this game kind of sucks. Why do so many people seem to really like that game? Evil Within 2 is 10 times better? Because, like, don't get me wrong. Shinji Mikami directed that, right? He directed God Hand. Like, one of my favorite games. I love Shinji Mikami and Resident Evil and Resident Evil 4. Play Evil Within 2. We know who we here for. We know who carried Carboys. Wait. Was Carboys the one with... What's his name? Mr. Respect Women or whatever? Yeah, that's right. The only one I ever watched was the one where they find the sun chips in the bus. That's pretty funny. Yeah, Griffin McElmo. I'm jazzed that Brian David Gilbert is taking over quality content at Polygon. I never really watched Polygon content. The only Polygon content I ever watched was Monster Factory Polygon? Was that them? Monster Factory, and then the guy who wanted Nintendo to retweet that picture of Toad with the photorealistic legs. That was the other Polygon content I watched.
Yeah, that's the thing I said once. People remind me of it every day.
See how we're getting a nice uniform coat across the top here? It looks way better than if we just did one thick coat. I knew you would use the Aku emote if I said it. I was just baiting it out. I love how some of my most used emotes were just placeholders. Oh, really? Put that hat on a coup. Somebody put the hat on a coup. God damn it. The Santa hat ones are really good. Hannibal. I guess he'd be Sannibal with the Santa hat on, wouldn't he? That Billy Crystal is his English, but hey, what's up, Dukes? How's it going? Nice to see you here. How are you? Yeah, I'm painting. I set up my own little painting space. I'm good. I've been putting off doing this forever, and I finally just sat down and decided to actually put in the time and paint a model. I think next I want to do the underside. There we go. Should I do the underside now? Yeah, probably.
Heaven or hell. Duel. One. Let's
Hey!
rock.
Doppel, thank you so much for gifting that sub to Lunar. Thank you, I appreciate that. Okay, I think we'll work on the underside because we've got a good coat going here that needs to dry. All the silver details are done on top. Have you seen the fucking global emotes are so good. And they go with anything. Those are so good. Ugh, I love it. Okay, so let's do the underside. Even though I have to do the back part. Oh no, we've opened up a whole floodgate. We opened up a whole floodgate. By the way, Dukes, I miss you terribly. I feel like I literally have not seen you in months. You really do. Your intonations and stuff are correct. Thank you. I'm good at parroting. 俺のこの手が真っ赤に燃える。醤油つかめととろろつ叫べ。I need you to do a 420 dance? What's a 420 dance? Do I just sort of have to make it up? Because the otakus keep hearing the same words over and over again. Yeah. It's because it's repetitive, you know, you hear the same thing so many times. You just start to be able to say it from memory. Where's my fucking pizza?
Here comes the daredevil.
Somebody subscribe. Doppel, thank you for gifting that sub to 420 Blaze It. Hell fucking yeah! Wait, where's my orders? Oh, there it is. Thank you, dude. 420. Ooh, it's on the way. Fuck here. Wait, so do I have to do the dance right now? Now do the dance? Hold on. 1 second. Let me get all the paint off this brush and then I'll do it. Okay. Here I go. Ready? How's that? Good enough? There you go. That's the 420 dance. At least according to me. I gotta get my camera back in place here. Just a second. Hey, all right. Let me see. Let me see again. Wait, see what again? What are those you're painting? These are Necron. This is a Necron Knight Scythe. It's like a plane. The face dance? What? No, I just got everything set up again. Somebody link a clip. It is for Warhammer, yes. I think honestly, I think I was a little dehydrated. I know I say that all the time, but like, I really mean it. I think I actually was a little dehydrated. Okay. Hey! Enough mold, what's up? Sorry, you caught me just as I was eating a pizza. Okay. What is this? What the fuck? This isn't classical music. Let's try this. What if we did this instead of classical music? I almost like this more. This makes me feel like I'm at the dentist's office. Naked, now what? Get down to the smooth jazz. That's what. Oh, by the way, you want to know something crazy? A year ago was my 24-hour stream. My first one. Where are my clippers? They're at home somewhere. I should get a new pair. Next 24-hour stream when? I really shouldn't. It's not good for you. Although I was thinking about doing a subathon. I'm into this music. I don't know
I'm your brother. And something else. We all need somebody to lean on.
I'm here for the future viewers to go and notice this thing. Wait, I thought this was a PT channel. Hey, I'm improving the good music, if anything. Don't give me that shit. I'm making it excellent. Would a tiefling or oni wear a Santa hat with 2 holes in it for horns, or would they wear 2 smaller hats on the end of their horns? In my opinion, personally, I think I would go for the hat with 2 holes in it. But the 2 smaller hats for horns, also very strong choice. Borrowed Squid, thank you so much for hanging out. The walkers can take up as much space as you need. Oh, yeah. We're throwing some funk on there for sure. What's in my list? You mean like my army list? Well, it's funny you mentioned that. Because my list is left over from 7th edition. And a lot of the things that were really good in 7th edition are no longer good in this edition, which really sucks. But, so I have a Shard of the Nightbringer, which was originally a Conclave of the Burning one. Because it had 2 Cryptex with it, but that doesn't exist anymore. So I have, like, Shard of the Nightbringer, 20 Warriors, 10 Triarch Praetorians, a Triarch Stalker, Night Scythe, 6 Tomb Blades, an Overlord, and I think that was it. But now, Triarch Praetorians aren't as good as they were. Neither is the Stalker. The Conclave of the Burning one doesn't exist anymore.
This is hype as hell, loving the creative stream.
Thank you, Up and Champ. I really appreciate that, man. And thank you so much for the 100. But, so now, I'm throwing some Destroyers in there. Because apparently Destroyers are, like, OP this edition. I'm gonna see if I can replace my Immortals Gauss Blasters with Tesla Carbines. Because those are also insane this edition. Yeah. There's like I guess I gotta change a bunch of stuff because of, you know, all the rule
modifications and things like that.
I'm really bummed that they got rid of the Conclave of the Burning one. That sucks. Because that was so fucking good. That was like the coolest detachment in the entire game, and now it's gone. 8th edition Necrons are funny and works fine for a control tactic. Keep the Gauss. It will save you more often. Really? Shayan, wait, don't go yet. Honest question. Do you think I should keep the Gauss instead of the Tesla? Because everybody I've talked to says do the Tesla instead of Gauss. My Tomb Blades are keeping the Gauss blasters because they can get into rapid fire range easier, but everybody is like, no, use Tesla, it's better. Like, everyone's saying Tesla's OP this edition. I don't have anything with Tesla on it. So is this for a tabletop game? It is. This is a tabletop game called Warhammer 40,000. It's played with miniatures, like the ones you see in front of you. Gauss reduces armor. It's great against marines and monsters. What's up, Miss Tweetums? How's it going? Do they play a ton of armor at your store? Most of what I see there is like Marines and Chaos. That's most of what I see. Marines, Chaos, and Tau. Seems things haven't changed since I stopped playing stuff 10 years ago. Yeah, I mean... Nimberry! I got good news for you. Plastic Sisters of Battles are coming. It's happening. Generic Chaos or a devoted faction? I think I see a lot of, Plague Marines there. So, Nurgle. When we went to deliver the greater good from 3 kilometers away. Well, I mean, you do have the railgun, but that's no, what is it? What's the Imperial Guard tank that has like 20 feet of range in like tabletop terms? The Basilisk? I can't remember what it's called. Yeah, the Basilisk. It literally has 280 inches of range. That thing's bananas. It's crazy. It also does like 3d6 hits. Wyverns a new hotness? Why's that?
Once upon a time, you could play one Basilisk and cast Space Marines. Wait, really?
I don't remember that. I remember that orcs could take looted vehicles. You could have like a looted Land Raider or something. This is gonna look really cool. I'm actually super excited for this. I fucking remember when the Land Raider first came out. And everybody was like, what the fuck? It's 14, 14, 14. Like, it's all around 14, and it's got 2 twin-linked las cannons. I mean, to be fair, it was, like, insanely strong when it first came out. It still is really good. The Land Raider is, like, a good thing still. Ooh. Listen to that in the background there. I like that. What do you guys think of the smooth jazz? Are we keeping it? Are we going back to classical? You miss armor values? I do too. I think they just did this to make everything simpler. But seeing like standard tanks with what? Well, it was like easier to destroy vehicles, wasn't it, in previous editions? Because all you had to do was get like 1 penetrating hit, and then roll, what was it, 6+ on the vehicle table, and it was gone, and that was it. But now it's harder. Vehicles don't just blow up. Yeah. Now vehicles don't just, like, die from a stray las cannon shot. Makes Gauss worse, though. Keep the jazz. All right, we'll keep the jazz for a bit. If that's what you guys want, we'll keep it. Show me the medal? I wish. I think that'd be hard for me to concentrate too, though. Trust me, I'm right there with you, but for painting, maybe not. God, I'm so excited at the prospect of actually maybe fielding a fully painted army. The only time I've ever fielded a fully painted army was Fantasy. I had a Vampire Counts army, and I painted like a billion fucking skeletons. A million billion skeletons. And Graveguard, too. Felt like such a badass. I was like the only person at my store who had a fully painted army. Show me the skeletons? They're all at my dad's house. There's so many of them. There were a couple armies in Fantasy I really liked. I always wanted to play Lizardmen. I never got around to it, though. Lizardmen were so cool. She paints minis while on call? Wow. How many, if I could guess? Over 60. So with of the skeletons, it was well over 60. It might have been closer to like 70 or 80. I mean, they weren't painted well. They were skeletons, you know? Like, I didn't put all the care that I'm putting into this stuff into them. I started late 3rd, played during 4th, and stopped halfway through 5th. Yeah, it's been a while. I have skeletons in my closet. Well, they're not in my closet. They're in my, they're on my shelf. So is that a phrase? I have skeletons on my shelf? But no, what do you call it? I started playing during 2nd. Back when Blood Angels and Dark Angels were in the same codex, and they were just called the Angels of Death. I started playing during 2nd, played through 4th, picked it up again during 7th, and then now we're in 8th. But that's for 40k. For Fantasy, it was different. For Fantasy, I started in 5th edition. Or was it 4th edition? 5th edition, I think. Started during 5th edition. And then played all the way through 8th. Painting them makes them so uniquely yours? Yeah! Yeah, that's what I love about it. Is like, and a lot of people who saw my color scheme were like, I've never seen Necrons painted like this before. And I was like, hell yeah. I'm unique. Nobody else has had the same plan I have. But like I said, everybody who's seen it says, everybody who's seen it says that it's, a pretty unique color scheme, which I'm happy with, because I worked really hard on it. Ooh, get funky, hell yeah. Least favorite 40k and fantasy races / armies? From a lore perspective, or from a, like, I just don't like them? Lore? Okay. Least favorite... Okay, least favorite 40k is probably Imperial Guard. Least favorite fantasy is probably... Least favorite fantasy is probably... Wood Elves, maybe? I don't really care for Wood Elves. I thought I liked them. I had a small army of them. And then I ended up really not liking them very much. Because conceptually, they seemed really neat. But then I didn't really gel with them very much. I don't like armies that have, frail troops that aren't replaceable. So, like, Vampire counts was fine for me, because if I lost skeletons, I could just bring them back. But when I would lose... When you lost ranks as Wood Elves, you really felt it. The other ones that, well, I'll tell you what army really fucking sucked to face was High Elves. Holy shit. High Elves were so broken for so long. They were busted. I don't know if they ever fixed them. Hey, see you later, Up and Champ. Be well, okay? I don't know if they ever fixed them, but holy shit. That shit was broken. Always strike first, no matter what, even if they were charged. Like, excuse me? Hello? Would you also consider playing Warhammer on stream? That might be fun, but I don't know how I would do it. I don't really know anybody else who has a setup for it where I could, like, actually play. They gave always strike first to all elves eventually. Did they really? That's fucked up. Why? If elf versus elf, it was in initiative order. So all models have an initiative stat, and whichever had the higher initiative would go first. If they had the same initiative, I think you just roll. I forget if they changed in the end in 8th edition, because it used to be, if you charged, you would attack first, unless the enemy had always strikes first. But I think they changed that in 8th edition. I think it's just whoever had the higher initiative. Wide-angle walkthrough, show newbies a simple battle. I could probably really do that. Best way, as I see it, set up a game store. Just ask OK to stream players and at the store. I could ask the the manager at the Games Workshop store I'm at. God, I wish I could remember his name. He's so nice. He's like the nicest dude. He's so cool. He's got a great beard too. Lizards were still amazing at magic. They weren't... Well, Slan were amazing at magic. Skink priests were okay.
Heaven or hell. Duel. One. Let's rock.
Hey, Dante's Twinferno. Thank you for the 4 months. I appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, dude. Charges strike first, then the first charging unit swings. The opponent can spend 2 command points to interrupt, and then the rest of the chargers swing. Yeah, command points are new. I have to look into how that works, because I haven't actually seen the new rule book for 8th edition. I need to, like, catch up on all the changes. Command points are a brand new thing. As well as, like, the Force Org chart is all wacky now. Like, you get more command points if you build by the Force Org, but you don't have to, apparently. Just talking about Lizardmen as a whole, when Imperium got Light Lord and High Elves got better magic than Lizardmen, then gets terribly unbalanced. Wait, did High Elves get better magic than Lizardmen? Because Lizardmen didn't have their own lore, but they could, like, use any of them, right? Well, Mage Priests. Slan, I should say. I haven't even touched Age of Sigmar yet. I don't know, maybe I'm just sour about fantasy being over, because I really liked fantasy. And then they were like, what if we just took 40k but made it fantasy? And there's Age of Sigmar. They had Geomancy? Well, what is it? Mazdamundi had Ruination of Cities, or whatever. But that was just a specific, unique spell that he had. It wasn't a lore in and of itself. I should check out Mini Wargaming again. I used to watch this YouTube channel where they would just... Oh! That's something you can do. If you're interested in watching how a game goes, check out miniwargaming.net. They're a Canadian channel, and they have, like, their own studio. And they're really cool. There's this one series they have called Gaming with the Mountain. It's really good. The guy's super funny. He's this, like, 7-foot tall guy. Plays Warhammer. This is the real shit? Hell yeah, man. This is as real as it gets. I think. Ooh, I like this. This is nice. Have I played Gloomhaven? No, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what that is. I think I heard the name before, though. Cooperative dungeon delving board game. Oh! Yeah! I was at my friend's house the other day. He's a big board game nut, and he told me about that. He's like, that's like the #1 rated board game of all time or something like that. It's huge. It's like 200 hours, right? Yeah, he was telling me about that. The box was enormous. You can play the Cowboy Bebop soundtrack now? Yeah, but it's got some songs on there that are like really high energy, like Bad Dog, No Biscuit. And that would throw off my groove. I got a groove going, okay? I really want the Dark Souls board game, but mostly so I can paint the figures. I'd actually really like to do that. Oh, wouldn't that be fun? Oh, that might be a good stream. Oh yeah, Doppel. I've heard that one before. It's pretty good. God, I'm using so much Celestra Gray. Whoop. Would you do a Dark Souls themed D&D campaign? Maybe. Depends on the rules. Depends on how everything's done. This is almost done. Yeah. I'm almost done with the coats of gray. So basically, after we're done doing the Celestra Gray, what we're gonna do, we'll let that dry. After we're done doing the Celestra Gray, we'll go over with the Ulthuan Gray, which is right here. They don't look that different, but I don't even know if you can really tell. Oh, this one definitely looks lighter, but yeah. So basically what we're doing is we're just putting on some base coats right now. And then once it's all smoothed out, we'll put on the Ulthuan Gray, and then that's gonna really brighten everything up, because right now it's just kind of very drab. This is a very drab gray, as you can see. And then when we throw the Ulthuan Gray on there, it's gonna look way brighter. Actually, we could probably do a little swatch right now and see how it looks. But we also need to ink this, because we never did that. We never inked the silver on this. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna ink this wing, and then I'm gonna use the bathroom. Ink that wing! You can be liberal with inking, because you want it to get into all the little nooks and crannies. No, that's right. Yeah, that's right. I thought these were two different parts, or what do you call it? I thought these were two, like, the wrong sections. is gonna take so long. Although it's kind of cool. If you think about it, I've been going for what, 4.5 hours? When we started, none of this was done, you know? This was a blank slate. I just primed the sprue and that's it. And now look at all we've gotten done. Doing wonders for my productivity. I'll tell you what. Hi, everybody. Sorry, I got sidetracked talking to Barry because he's just so gosh dang nice. Sorry about that. Where's the lie? Also, this hobby is a lot of work. Like, it's very, very time-consuming. But that isn't a bad thing, you know? Just my opinion on the Stalker games. I played like 30 minutes of the first Stalker because it couldn't run on my computer, and then I never played it. I got it and I installed it, and it ran like shit on my computer at the time, so I never finished it. And I never went back to it. Hey, see you later, George the Tree. Be well. Sorry, I'm trying to pay attention to chat here, but it's very difficult to do this at the same time. Man, Ulthuan Grey is like almost white. Titanium white. You ever consider using one of those chat readers so you can talk and paint? Wait, what's a chat reader? Is it like a text-to-speech thing? Maybe, but I don't want people to take advantage of it. Plus, it would, like, read all the emotes and stuff, wouldn't it? Does it exist for Twitch chat? Maybe. Yeah, that would really be... That would make things a lot easier. But... yeah, I can see the potential for some confusion. We want the last coat to be really smooth, because I want it to get that porcelain look. So do you see how it's starting to really stand out now? Remember how dark it was before? In fact, I might actually have to turn down the exposure. Yeah, just so you can see it. But see, it was so dark before, and now it's this really vibrant, like lighter color. I'm actually gonna have to just keep the exposure down because it's so white. During raid. Octagon, 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 octagon. Octagon. Still seeing some brush strokes there. Not ideal. God, I'm gonna have to do a lot of coats on this. Dang, that Senran Kagura watershed shooting game. Excuse you. Senran Kagura, a peach beach splashu. Sorry, I mean Splatoon 2. I mean Splatoon 3. Splathreen. I forgot Splatoon 2 is already a thing. It is fun. It's a fun game. It's Splatoon, but with titties. Warhammer is just Splatoon with titties? I mean, if you think about it. Really, just anything is Splatoon with titties. Anything is what you want it to be. Do you have any tips on how not to get bodied in VR? Virtual reality? Guilty gear? I mean, if you think about it, America is just Splatoon but with titties. My name is Octo, and I approve this message. Handle like 2 hours today? Oh, you get used to it. Your body really does adjust. I used to get wicked headaches. And then your body kind of adjusts. Ooh, shit. You'd vote for me? Well, thanks. Oh, yeah. Which game did you play, Kyobi? Was it Raw Data? Raw Data? Blasters of the Universe? I've never played that one. But I played Raw Data. You know, if you play the game a sprint vector, you can hear me. Hey, Gratias, thank you for the host. I'm the next write-in candidate? Me? Wow. I'll have to check that one out. Is that one on Steam? Or is that like one of those Oculus ones? Like Oculus exclusive ones? Hey, see you later, Jabin. Be well, okay? Sorry your paintings weren't working out. I hope everything goes better for you next time. Thank you. Blasters of the Universe. Cool. I'll have to check that out. So many thin coats. You have to do so many fucking coats. Hey, Andy, I hope you're having a good night too. Oops. Oh, shit. Oh, crap. Damn it. I fucked up real bad. That's okay. We can fix it. We can fix this. I can fix this. So I don't know if you guys are gonna be able to see this, but some white got into one of the cracks there. Right there and there. Some white got into the cracks, so we have to fix that. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go in there with like a really fine brush. Am I making armor for a small rodent? No, but that wouldn't... Actually, this probably would work, huh? It's okay. We can fix it. So we're going to take some red metal here. It's ruined. Start over. Yeah. Dip the whole thing in paint remover. Start over. There we go. Fixed. See? Fixed it. Whew! I had to get in there with my ultra fine detail brush. Thanks, Wiv. I appreciate that. Yeah, I had to get in there with the ultra fine detail brush and fix that. That was a hold your breath moment. Looks kind of like an elephant head without a trunk. I could see that. It's going to look different once I attach the trunk itself. Tell you, paint is a cruel mistress and sometimes does whatever she wants. Yes, this is true. Like that shade of white you're using. Thank you. It's actually a very, very, very light gray. But it looks like white for sure. It's an incredibly... It's an incredibly light gray. That's right. Here we see Octo painting each individual slide at 50% off. Currently, he's working on the one where Makoto makes a gay joke. It goes well. Where are you, Kuba? Are these night scythes or doom scythes? This is going to be a night scythe. Specifically, this one's going to be a night scythe. Doom scythes are a little a little expensive for what they do. What they doom. Necrons became so friggin' fast. Did they really? I thought they were still kind of slow. Nice. Necrons aren't quite my area of expertise, but they have awesome weaponry with Gauss and Tesla. Yeah, you know, everybody was... I was trying to ask. I always thought Tesla was, like, OP this edition. But people say I should keep my Immortals with the Gauss blasters. Oh, Kyobi, are you gonna watch Capcom Cup this weekend? Is anybody gonna watch Capcom Cup this weekend? Sleep Fighter 5. Yeah, I know. I'm so jazzed. I got production this weekend, but I might be able to catch Sunday finals. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know if I want to watch. I've watched like the past 2 Capcom Cups. Just because. I don't even like Street Fighter 5. You start to understand the deaf craziness playing Cammy, Minot, and no other characters. It's true. Hey, Chris Tatarian's gonna be there, you know, if he can wake up in time. Because that's the hardest part about being him. Damn, Octo. Yeah, keep it relevant. This is fresh material, alright? I should just become a Brawl main, huh? So, you can see the difference. This is the gray, this is the lighter gray. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna fix this mistake that I made earlier. Oops. There we go. Daigo is old now, and Sonic Fox is the best thing to happen to video games. Esports Player of the Year, baby! That's me next year. When I become a Dong Dong Never Die champion, I'm gonna win Esports Player of the Year. Is that like some kind of quick-drying paint? No, it's not particularly quick-drying. I'm just using very thin coats. So it dries quickly by itself. Because it's always better to use a lot of thin coats than one thick coat. Because a thick coat has a lot of issues. It takes a long time to dry. It shows brush strokes. There's a lot of problems with using thick coats. If that's what you want, then. It's your best friend played recently. Some awful 3D fighter where you deal damage with attacks and then cash it in by taking panty shots with giant old-fashioned cameras. Oh man, that sounds amazing. I'll have to look into it. Are these dry? Yeah, those are dry for sure. You accidentally made it sound more appealing than it is. I still want to watch them play it. Ooh! Oh, it's looking so good. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I'm so scared. Cox tuned me just playing that Star Trek game and it was hilarious. Well, thank you. You know how, did anybody ever, I'm sure the answer is yes to this, but people in here played TF2, right? Do you remember when they released the item where you could rename any of your guns? You're so fucking big on TF2. You mean bigger than you are now? Kyobi, you're already a superstar. TF2 is the shit. Yeah. Well, okay. So the answer was yes. Anyway, when they released that item where you could like rename any weapon you had, you could rename any item you wanted. It was like a name tag. It was like $2 or something. I bought one, and I renamed my soldier's rocket launcher "Senpai, you're exploding inside my pussy." And I got a lot of compliments on that. Because there was no mature language filter for renaming items. I don't know why. They just didn't think to do it. That's me, refined gamer Octo. Can I change the focal length? Good enough. Sorry, we were one of my favorite people. Well, thanks. That specifically? I remember when Orange Box first came out. And I bought Portal, Half-Life 2 Episode 1, and TF2 all in the same bundle on PC. And that should have given me the Primeval Warrior badge, which is like super rare now. But alas. You have a confession? Okay, hit me. You've never played Half-Life? It's fine. You should play it. It's cheap and fun. I actually think I still have it. If I check my items... Holy shit, is it in my items? 1 second. Inventory. TF2. Here we go. Oh my god, here it is! I still have it! Wait. Desktop, yeah. Wait. Imgur. Hold on. There it is. Wow. Better name than Liberty Launcher, that's for sure. Say what? Say what? Say what? You'll never guess what their name is. Black and Tan. Tandoori Jones. Has GG Rev 3 been announced yet? No. Trust me, if new Guilty Gear was announced, you'd know. Somebody on Twitter would have said something. Yeah, you can see how it's getting lighter and lighter. Remember, here's the original gray that we started with, and now here's what it looks like. And you can't just paint white over the primer. Because you would get these big, ugly brush strokes, and up close it wouldn't look very smooth. So you want to do these, like, nice, smooth, coats. You gotta be smooth. I mean, I would really like a new Guilty Gear at this point. I think Revelator's kind of over. But it's up to Daisuke. I think it's going to be at ArcFest, which is where they announced Xrd. So I think it's going to be at the end of the tour. But we'll see. ArcFest isn't until next year. I think it's like the fall of next year or something. You want to play GG again? Can if you want to. Did you settle on a character? I seem to remember you saying Jacko. But that might have been Kotaku slow, I don't know. Ooh, I almost screwed up big time there. Okay, keep going. Oh, really? You've been playing Sleep Fighter? Nice. Who are you playing in Sleep Fighter? Like, what's the nooch in Dragon Ball, though? Like, isn't the nooch really weird? That one guy from FF10 too. That's Nuge, but close. Send Nuge. Nooch in High Level Dragon Ball is baiting someone to use both their jumps because once they have that, the only options are land and super dash. Oh, okay. So it's tricking your opponent into overcommitting in the air. I see. I understand. I can be Sonic Fox now. It's looking so much better now. Oh, it's gonna look so cool. Also, the game is becoming less block focused, which I know you hated. That's good, I guess. I am still making Necrons, yes. I'm choosing a different color though. Well, I'm using an unconventional color. And then immediately with this patch, they shot the bed, and now Gotenks is Z tier. His lockdown assist is a fucking nightmare. Wait, if you say Gotenks is Z tier, is that good or bad? Is Z tier good or is Z tier bad? Z tier is undisputed #1. Wow. He has 5 50/50s? So just guess right, Forehead. You wouldn't know which model it is? Is it a transport? Yes, this is Night Scythe. Yeah, just guess right 5 times. Easy. Easy clap. So next we're gonna, after we finish, wait, I don't know which side is up. I think they're both the same. After we finish, we'll, paint the wing. Oh, that's gonna be so cool. Once I start adding the gold accents, that's gonna be really cool. That nice, almost ceramic white. It's gonna match this. I'm actually really happy with how these guys turned out. I have 3 of these guys. Thank you, Wiv. I appreciate that. Although I think this guy might have gotten shipped. Oh, I sprayed him with the matte model spray. The tarnished look fits Necrons so well. What, you mean like... Oh, shut up, Kuba. Ugh. I really wish... this resin model that I got wasn't, like, weird and bent. Because you can't bend resin without it breaking. So now I have to fix this guy. Oh, is this the guy who has the weird heart thing? Oh, yeah. I should fix this. Oh, ooh. Sloppy. This guy's sloppy. I need to fix him. If I heat it up, it might melt, which is the problem. You have time to hear about our Lord and Savior, the God Emperor of mankind. You had Big E? Listen, I heard all about Big E. Wait, where's my weapon bronze? Oh, I know what I can do in the meantime here. So I'm going to try painting these accents gold. And I think it's going to look really cool. Hey, see you later, Kuba. Be well. So I need you guys to tell me what you think. This is going to be audience participation, okay? So sit tight, okay? And participation does count towards your final grade. So you have to participate. You're here for the gold. I live for the gold. I used to love putting gold accents on fucking everything. Like, every fucking model that I made. I would find some way to work gold in there. I love gold. Mostly because it was so easy to highlight. Very simple to paint. Okay. So, how does this look as an accent on the engines? I'm gonna focus up here. See those little, like, bits on the back? It breaks up the monotony of just the silver. It's just very slight. Because otherwise... it just looks a little lazy. It looks coppery. It is a copper. It's more of a bronze than it is a gold. But it'll definitely lighten up once I highlight it. I fucked up a little bit. That's okay. Yeah, because everything else, you're right, it's very cool tones. So having the warm bronze, I think, really helps balance it out. Sorry, I'm like super concentrating right now. Yeah. Oh, that looks so cool. Tell me that doesn't look awesome. Right? Look at that. It looks ugly? Oh, man. Well, time to start over then. I'll spray paint over everything. Oh, yeah. I think that's pretty cool. For the engines on the back. And then, here's where it's going to get crazy. Are you guys ready to kick it into next gear? Are ya? Because this is where shit's gonna get wild.
Not when I shift into maximum overdrive.
Oop, I used a little too much there. Yeah. Look at that. So see the copper accents on the back there? Oh yeah, that's gonna be really cool when it's all done. Should have painted them with the same color scheme as the Epoch. It does look like the Epoch a little bit, doesn't it? But with the wings going the other way. I'm sorry, this looks so cool. I don't mean to toot my own horn, but... I'm kind of a genius. Look at this. So, check this out. Oops. So check out... Look at the bronze accents with the white. Well, the white's not done yet. We'll get back to that soon, but... yeah. That's what I like to see. VetBV, that's not really what I wanted to go for, but I appreciate the tip. I'm not really looking to make it look old. I like the new, clean look. Not done with the coats of white on this yet. This is taking a lot of coats, too. Whoops. Thank you. I might actually use a bigger brush. Ooh, this one might be better. Oops. Forgot to focus up. I'm really excited for this to be finished, too. I'm really looking forward to it. I've come to the realization that Smash is a JRPG. I mean, I always thought Smash was a dating sim. Just because, you know, everybody takes so long to try all the different characters and see who their favorite one is. But sure, go off, I guess. Hey, see you later, Wiv. Thank you so much for hanging out. I'll see you around. God, I've been painting for like 6 hours. What the fuck, you guys? Actually got a lot done, too. I got a good base of this. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, Mr. Krabs. Hey, what's up, Yetagodi? How are you? What do you think of guys EG and Control who have like over 100k invested into Warhammer? Holy shit. 100k? But they probably have like a bunch of different armies, huh? Oh, look at that. Look how cool that looks. See, doesn't the gold spine and the gold facets on the engine really look nice? Does that look cool? It's such a good counterbalance, you know, to the silver and the white. And it matches the rest of the army very well. Oops. So here's like a Praetorian I have. I think he has like 2, far as I know, that he usually plays top 5 in a lot of official tournaments. He pays others to paint his models. Really? Oh, painting the models is like the fun part for me. Oh, the gold will. It's not done yet. I need to highlight it. Well, first I need to ink it. And then I need to highlight it. Should actually probably do another coat. So now that we have this, I should use the strong... Well, that's dark tone. We don't want dark tone. We want strong tone for the gold. You know what might look really cool? You know what would look really cool? If I did a single gold link in there. See that? See how there's... It looks like there's sort of like a spine in there? What if I did like a single gold link on that? That might look pretty cool, huh? I do play 40k when I can. And yes, there will be green. The portal underneath is gonna be green, as well as all the tubes coming out of it. My God, it's spreading. I wish this didn't take so many dang coats. But painting clues onto the wings. What, you mean like hidden messages? That'd be pretty cool. I use so much Ulthuan Gray. Motherfucker. No cuties on the wings? What do you mean? Oh, you mean like a... Like a, like a pinup girl or something. Yeah. That'd be pretty funny. What would a female pinup Necron even look like? It'd just be a Necron in a bikini, because I guess they're just skeletons, huh? Slightly wider hips. A pinup Necron. Yeah. I'd love to see that. This is taking so many coats. But it's getting there, as you can see. Wow, we came a long way, huh? We painted all the silver details. Don't have much left to do. I mean, there's a ton left to do. What am I saying? Yeah, there's a shitload left to do. But I didn't bring the glue today, so... Have you ever gone this all out with any other models outside of Warhammer? Yes. Not this all out. I haven't ever painted anything this big outside of Warhammer. There's really no need to paint anything this big outside of Warhammer. But I made a miniature for a D&D game I didn't make it, but I painted it for a D&D game I was in when I was playing 4th edition. And I spent a lot of fucking time on it. But that's it. Other than that, not really. Also, because, like, Warhammer's kind of like an opportunity to show off your models, you know? Water's starting to look like skim milk. Gray? Ugh. What kind of skim milk are you drinking? Did I never paint these? Am I crazy? Oof, I might not have. But that's okay. Skim milk is gross. While you're painting the ship, I've painted one leg. I'm sure the leg looks amazing, baby. Because you spend so much time on it. Your little leggy. It's hard. I'm blending. I know. Blending colors is very difficult. I don't have to do that, really. Because I'm just painting a flat white, but... Damn, it is taking so many fucking coats to get the flat gray that I want. Just because it's so thin. The coats I'm using are so thin because I want that soft feeling to it. Want to see? Yeah, let me see. At least you aren't using pure white. Yeah, well, that would look really bad. Because then you can't highlight it. If you use pure white, then you can't highlight it and it just looks boring. But if you use a really light gray, it looks really good. You need an airbrush? Really? No, because the airbrush would get in... Especially for this, it wouldn't work. Because it would get into all the little crevices. Which I don't want. Airbrushes are good for certain things, though, for sure. Like, nothing against airbrushes. Tape it up? I don't think you understand how tiny those are. I don't think you understand how, like, we're talking like millimeter, like a millimeter wide. The little indentations. I can't tape it up. Airbrushes are good for, like, tanks and stuff. For sure. Or banners. They're very good at that. Aww. Leggy. It looks really good, babe. I like the little polka dots. I could do dry brushing, but it doesn't look as good for highlights. Ash's kawaii Tyranids. Scrape the paint out? No, it wouldn't really work. Just trust me on this one. There we go. Woo! Woo! Oh! Woo! Almost dropped it. We're okay. Crisis averted. We're almost there. It's just a lot of coats. Hey, good night, Ryo Mitsui. You well, okay? It's just a lot of coats. Also, congrats on joining the cast. It was unexpected. Oh, thank you! It was very flattering. I was really, really flattered when Monty asked me to join. It was really nice of her. I was just happy that I got to play D&D. How long does it take to paint a whole set? Hours. Depends. Actually. Infantry, much less. A vehicle? Long time. But yeah, something big can take a long time to paint. Like this. I could see this whole kit taking like 20 hours maybe. Or maybe I'm just painting slow. I don't know. You should invest in a 3D printer? Why is that? But 3D printers model quality isn't as much. It's not as nice as, you know, something that's been injection molded. Fuck, you know what? I've got to fix that shit. I'll just do it later. It's the way of the future. I don't know. Aren't they like ridiculously expensive? Oh, I know what else I can paint. Got yours for... You got a 3D printer for $150? That isn't bad at all. That's actually pretty good. Having a hard time figuring out what's supposed to be highlighted and shaded. Well, shading is wherever there's a ridge, and then highlighting is wherever there's an edge. So, the way I think about it, personally, is if there's anything that's indented or underneath, it's shaded, and if there's anything that's raised, it's highlighted. You realize this piece is actually really fragile? Yeah, I mean, there's probably a lot of joints on it and stuff like that. Man, there's so much fucking surface area on this goddamn thing. Ooh, it's gonna look pretty cool. Yeah, the arms and nails will fall off. Oof. Ooh, actually, I think that's wrong. It should be like this. Is this it? Yeah, that's it. Hey, George the Tree, what's up? We switched back to classical because I needed some concentration music. That looks pretty nice so far, right? I haven't highlighted it yet, but it's still not smooth. The coat is still not a smooth color. My first name Crabius. Crabius Timighty. No, there's only one Crabius out there, and you know who he is. Look at that. Actually, yeah, you can really see. Yeah, if I turn the exposure up, it's a little bit too hot, but it's very bright. It's a very bright white. But what we want is, the brightness is fine, but we want it to be a smooth coat. Because right now we don't really have a smooth coat. So we'll work on that. And then we need to get the wing. Once the wing... Well, there's two wings, but we'll get both the wings in there. Ooh, this thing's kind of front heavy. Aw, thanks, Dukes. I appreciate that. Yeah, so we'll get the... Get that off there. Which one are the Necrons again? No, they're the space skeletons. They're like space undead, basically. The space princesses, exactly. I'm actually just gonna do a coat on here, just to start. Yeah, they have to go to the ball. They have to make it to the space ball, the space jam, if you will. Elfos? Yes. No, Eldar. Well, they have a different name now. I think they're called the Eldari now. But they used to be called the Eldar. Stranded in Crabius, the mighty shows up. I'm sure they'll think of him as some kind of herald of their sun god. Yeah. They used to be called the Eldar, but now they're called the Eldari. I don't know why they changed the name. Eldari. With an A-E. Easier to copyright Eldari? Oh. guess that makes sense. Are you gonna magnetize the weapon portal? Just make it one permanently? You know, I always wanted to try the magnet thing, but I was always a little worried I'd fuck it up somehow. So I was just gonna make it permanent, because I don't ever really plan on using a Doom Scythe. I'd rather have the Night Scythe. I think it's just a better choice overall. I mean, it's cheaper. It's got troop transport, which Doom Scythe doesn't have. Because the whole problem is that Necrons are slow. So, giving them the speed of the flying troop transport is really nice. Oh, thanks, Demon Kisa. I appreciate that. That's very sweet of you to say. Ooh. And orcs are the best boys? Well, that depends on who you ask. They're a space fungus, but they're a funny one. We're getting there. We're almost to the point where I can start highlighting. We're almost there. With the Y, yeah. That's their whole modus operandi. Nice, look at this. Ugh. Isn't that cool? We worked all the way up from primed black to a grayish, like an almost gray white. No? Oh, that's too bad. Alright, stream over. It's cold. Ice cold. Alright, alright, alright. I think this is gonna be the final coat. Well, almost. Oof. Almost. That was so freaking close. I'm so close to the texture that I want. And then I'm gonna have to work on this one next. Oh, look how nice this is. I think we are finally ready to start highlighting. At least this upper part, not the lower part yet. What's everyone's favorite candy? I think I've said this before, but my favorite candy is Butterfinger BBs. Or I also really like Whoppers. Which is good because nobody seems to like Whoppers, so they throw them all away on Halloween. Can't help but think of Whoppers as burgers. No, you know, the malted milk balls. Me and my mom love those, so we always eat people's on Halloween when they don't want them. Okay. I think that's good. So, I want to do a little teeny tiny bit of highlighting. Just to see how it looks once we do that. Oh, you know what? Actually, hang on. I have a little bit more I need to do here. Is this my own design? Hey, what's up, Miss Random Badger? The color scheme is my own design, but the model is just a kit. Okay, so we need to hi people new to Warhammer 40k, gonna start off as Tau Empire. I see a lot of range. So is there any melee units I can put into my army? You can. Thank you. I appreciate that. Dark Fur, you can, you can add Kroot, but that's about it. I don't think Tau... I don't know what other races can join Tau, actually. I'm not super familiar with Tau. At least as they are now. Hold on. I'm doing highlights right now. go. So that's probably going to require a couple pass-throughs. So basically what I did, and now you can see, I'm going to try and show you, is... I don't even know if you can see, but I did a really thin white highlight around the cockpit. Can you even see that? It doesn't look like anything from back here, but when you see it in person and up close, it looks really nice. It really helps the white not to look so boring. Like, it definitely helps. Yeah, Dark Fur. Tau are, like, the ranged army. If you get into melee, you will die. I mean, unless you get insanely lucky on your dice. But... you do... also have the opportunity to what am I trying to say here? Oh, a lot of your units have really good Overwatch abilities. So, like, if one of your units is charged, I think a couple of them can shoot at the attackers, not just the ones who are charged. Somebody can correct me on that, though. I don't know 100% how it works. Yeah, sorry. No sentient towels yet. Maybe next edition. Write Games Workshop a strongly worded email. Oof. He's getting too much on the side there. can't really see it. But just know that it is there. I promise you. What am I putting together? This is a Necron Night Scythe. Okay, so now... you should be able to see the highlights a little more. Okay. Can you see what I'm talking about with the white on the edge there? It makes the gray not so flat. Oop, sloppy one there. I gotta fix that. The orcish stop feel only works enough to get their little garbage weapons to work. I shoot it, and orc hands can punch through space marine armor, but in the hands of a guardsman, it'll fall apart or explode. Oh, yeah. That's that whole, like... orcs can subtly modify the world around them, but they don't realize it or something, right? I'm gonna have to do this a couple times. Here we go. That's a little bit sloppy, but... So now, what I'm doing is... You can see... Like around there. I'm putting a really thin layer of white. So that it really kind of like pops out. Officially done with one front leggy. That's great, baby. Congrats. I know the leggies are gonna be great. You know the part that sucks? No, what sucks? Tell me. I gotta do the gray on this guy, and then you gotta do the lighter gray on that one. I don't remember how I got the leggy painted the way I did. Now I gotta do the other one. Ah. No, I totally understand. That does really suck. I 100% sympathize with that. Okay, I might wrap it up here, mostly just because it's midnight. I've been going for almost 7 hours. I need a break. Or I need to sort of, you know, take some time for myself. Consistently getting one front leggy. Put battle damage on there. But yeah, anyway, thank you guys so much for watching. I really appreciate it. Did you guys like the stream? Did you have fun? Was this a good one? Yes? Oh, I'm so happy. Alright, have a good night, guys. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm assuming a short one tomorrow because I got to do Unexpectables. But I will see you later. Good work. Okay, see you guys later. Bye.